This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
This afternoon, yet again, you'll enter through this portal to another dimension, a dimension through these marula trees, through the various little bushes we have to explore all the animals around here in South Africa. I'm very excited. I'm so excited I sent you to another dimension. So jump on board, everyone, for your live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon, everyone. I thought this looks like a portal. It is, in fact, a trunk or a tusk of an elephant that's just rammed into this marula and not obviously gotten the tree cambium it's been after. But it did expose it to give us a lovely pathway to another world. This world where we get to enjoy the African bush. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishala. I've got Impala on camera and we're here on Djuma Game Reserve in South Africa and we're having a ball. Energy is up this afternoon. Isn't that right, Impala? He says yes. I promise you he does. Well, we're going to get going. We're going to go to the south. We're going to go to Twin Dams, visit the ducks there, see what else is happening. So why don't we get going and we'll chat at the same time. Now, this is your live safari. It's interactive. So won't you chat to us? Send us your questions and comments using that hashtag WildEarth. You can also use @FC on the YouTube chat stream. You can also go to our website. You can register. You can use our questions and comments box. We'd love to get as many of those through as possible and have nice discussions. If you're under 18, please use kids' questions at WildEarth.tv. We especially love to hear from you guys. So today is warm, very beautiful, clear. There's a nice breeze coming through, but it is quite warm. It's about 31 degrees Celsius, 88 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that at this time of day, with this temperature, a dam is going to be an awesome place to start. So Twin Dams, here we come. I also like driving on Twin Dams Road because there's lots of, it weaves around quite nicely and it's quite dense. So we might find some nice birds and other little creatures and maybe some elephants emerging from the dense thickets. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for anything actually, because after today's drive, I'll leave you for a couple weeks. But I will see you again. So I hope that I'll be able to see a leopard. I hope we'll get to spend some time with the hyenas. And of course, elephants. Now this is why I like Twin Dams Road. Very dense on either side. It's not open, which is obviously not great for game viewing, but it kind of is in keeping with the mystery of the bush that anything could be anywhere at any time. And this giant old leadwood, ooh, there's some friends cuddling here. Are you canoodling on this leadwood? Look at them. There's some squirrels just at the top as well. They've all run away. We're going to wait. We had an excellent squirrel sighting this morning. Aha, right at the top of that arm. Great big leadwoods like this can stand for hundreds of years and then even 100 years after that. Recently I read about a leadwood that stood for 500 years after that. After it was dead, that is. So extraordinary trees, and they maintain their structure being led with their very dense wood. So they maintain the structure for a long time, and that allows animals like squirrels, birds, to nest here for hundreds of years. Well, not for the lifetime of that animal, but for that species. Many generations can be born in this leadwood. I think that's pretty exciting. There you are again. That must be a nice view for something so small to be so high up. Off it goes. I see the rest of the family. Hello, sweet things. I always find them very entertaining to watch. And they're smart little critters too. I'm particularly fond of them, especially after the one at camp that we got to spend a lot of time with. In fact, today Steve and I thought we saw him again, but it was not him. Whoa! This one just did a mega jump. You can do it too. You can do it too. Hi, Sakid. You say they're your favorites. I'm so glad. Oh, they're jumping all over the place. It's like a squirrel jungle gym. I'm so glad, Sakid, that these are your favorites because they're so common that we often don't get to spend, or we don't stop for them very much or very often. But in our experience, as things change, as we spend more time with them, or how we've been fortunate at camp to have the one that was running around, it gives you a new appreciation. And then you want to stop for them, and you want to spend some time with them. So I'm really glad that they're your favorites, because obviously you've also grown fond of them either through the show, or maybe you have your own one that comes and visits you. Very cool. Well, let's move on. I want to get down to Twin Dams. Thank you, squirrels. I love how the families live together like that. So I'm hoping that we'll find something to follow up on leopard-wise this afternoon. Still though, at this time, I think we need to wait about an hour or so before we can actually find something that's going to be very beneficial to us. Tracks would be great, but we're not going to see movement at this time. So unless the animal's in the road, it'll be difficult to find them. Particularly leopard is what I'm talking about. So this is an area where I've seen elephants crossing quite a bit, because if they go straight across here, they'll end up at Treehouse Dam. So it's kind of a good place. Either they go down or they go across. So I'm hoping when we get down, we'll see those elephants. But for now, I'm going to send you over to have a look at the weather.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to andBeyond Ngala. So the plan for this afternoon, we basically have started in the south of the reserve, looking for anything interesting. And then from here, we're going to slowly make our way to the central part of the reserve, looking for lions. Hopefully, we're going to get lucky. Good afternoon again. My name is Trico, and behind the camera, I'm not alone. I'm with Gert, and welcome. So yeah, we're just going to be basically heading down on this road. Looking for anything that is going to be interesting. And then we're going to head more north into the central parts and see if maybe we can find some lions for you this afternoon. Very nice breezy day, but yet still a little bit warm. But the breeze made it really nicer. Because then it's not, that humid at all.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. Another very beautiful day here at Tswalu. Look over the Coronaback there, the mighty mountains of the Coronaback. A bit of a cloud cover coming through, and a little bit of theatrics, a little bit of lightning every now and then. It's cooling off the heat. It's still quite warm, but these clouds coming through are making it a little bit cooler. There's a breeze coming through, coming from the west there. My name is Obakeng. I'll be taking you through the Kalahari today and hopefully trying to find paws, jaws and claws, maybe hyenas in those paws, jaws and claws. Behind the camera there is BK doing a very wonderful job for us. Back to those mountains and how beautiful the clouds and Mother Nature is providing. I'm hoping we get a bit of lightning works as we stand here. But the one thing that sticks out for me with the lightnings that we get here is fork lightning. So you actually see them almost like they come down straight and touch the mountains. And also when you're on the dune sides, it's exactly the same thing, but then it lights up the whole area and makes it quite a beautiful scene. But interesting enough, speaking of our weather here, you could at times, especially a change of season, you could almost get 3-4 seasons in one afternoon, in the sense that if you took a panorama, it would look as almost as if it's photoshopped if somebody didn't know, where on the one end, like now, you seeing the clouds rolling over, but as we go further to our right, you'll see it's still fairly open. The sky is still blue, pretty much. And as you pan the whole horizon, it keeps changing throughout. So it makes this place very, very interesting, that if one had to take a panorama, sometimes it looks so unreal is the right word to use over there. I mean, look as BK is still penning through and showing you the horizon and how vast actually Tswalu is. So the mountains that you're seeing that we've been penning through are on the eastern boundary of the reserve, or on the eastern side of the reserve, and as we turn and continue to the western side is the dune sides of the Kalahari. Very, very beautiful area here. It looks like the north is also covering up, so it's going to be an interesting afternoon to see how it's going to pan out. Bolter, it is indeed a beautiful, beautiful scenery. I'm already thinking ahead. I'm already thinking how the sunset is going to be already. There's nothing that beats a sunset with a bit of clouds, a bit of maybe birds flying about, a bit of a silhouette, maybe with giraffe. Very, very beautiful. I'm hoping with what I'm trying to paint now, later on, I can find a scene or an area like that. So that's my dream for today, after finding those paws, jaws and claws. So yeah, I'm really feeling lucky and hopeful today. Very amped up. Can actually feel the breeze now. I don't know if the mic picks it up, but you can actually feel the breeze. So on what I've covered, we are going to be moving from this beautiful scene, and when we do, we'll be sending you over to another very beautiful location in Africa, and while we try to find whatever I was speaking about earlier. Enjoy.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Hello everyone, welcome to Eco-Trading Pridelands Conservancy, where you are joining me, Mike Anderson, and Niels behind the camera on a very warm 30-degree afternoon. It's very hot and humid. It's about 86 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's pretty warm. And for this morning, you'll know that we tracked a leopard for a long time, and that leopard was eventually found almost exactly where we're standing right now. We've come to see if it's still around. We can't see it. So what we're going to be doing is walking in this area. As you can see, there's a bit of a game path that goes down there. That's probably not where this leopard walked, but it's quite possibly where it did walk. They like to walk on game paths, but I'm sure this leopard is probably still lying there. Lots of big rocky boulders, lots of shade. We're not going to go walking in there. It's just a little bit dangerous, not only for us, but also we don't want to scare the leopard off and make it uncomfortable and leave its spot that it's chosen to rest for the day. So we're just going to be doing a bit of a circular route around this area, seeing what other tracks and signs we can find. We're not far from Leopard Dam. In fact, Leopard Dam is just down there, about 500 meters or so. And so from here, we'll head down there, hopefully at late afternoon, find some elephants having a drink. That's our plan for this afternoon. Let's see how it pans out. Hopefully, we'll get lucky. Fingers crossed. Okay, so while we head down here, I'm going to send you over to Steve, who'd also like to say hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on board my vehicle. Welcome to Bushwalk. Welcome to Rubbing Post Dam. How are we all doing? Are we good? My name is Steve, joined by Johan on camera. He's unfortunately still sitting in the vehicle. I'm sitting here having a look at the wonderful watering hole we have in front of us. Now, it's named Rubbing Post Dam because on the way in, beautiful stump in the ground there that has been rubbed and smoothed by rhinos and buffalo, elephant. I was telling Johan, because Johan's quite got interest in wood, that I knew a story of a gentleman, I think it was in Thornybush, Tim of Art, I can't remember, who used to get really nice pieces of wood and dig them into the ground in reserves like this, close to watering holes, and then allow the wildlife to rub it and smooth it down, and then with that decorative piece, go and do something with it, which I think is quite wonderful. Animals benefit from the lovely piece of wood, and then we benefit from the texture, the smoothness. So our plan this afternoon was we just popped up to Bushwalk. The Hamilton pack is up here. We had them for a moment, but unfortunately a little bit too far west for us, in a little bit of a dip. But they're just chilling at a watering hole, just waiting for the afternoon. So we'll keep our ears open for their movements. So what we're going to do after this is probably sidle on back down into Djuma, maybe cross into Simabili, have a look, see if we can find our little water chickens. Lesamo hen chicks. And then from there, we'll probably make our way over towards the lions, who I'm almost certain are in Kuhum Pride. But we shall need to go and have a look to be certain. But for now, we're just taking it real easy. This is another watering hole that I had some lesser more hens in at one point this year. Debbie wants to see the water chickens again.
Just so that everybody's clear, just so that we are not getting confused, the water chicken is basically the translation from Afrikaans of the lesser moer hen, which in Afrikaans is called the klein waterhoender, which translates directly as little water chicken, which is quite funny, I think. Okay, so on the other side of the watering hole over there is where we had at least one or two Tristan saw as well when he was here in January. Every time I come here, I have a look. I saw them here twice, so it's possible they might still be, but it's also possible that they moved. As we saw the other day, even knowing they were there in one-eyed pan, it was hard to see them. Eventually they came out. Definitely one of my favorite pastimes, everybody, is just to sit at a watering hole and just watch and observe. Linda, absolutely anything. Rhino, elephant, buffalo. I've had buffalo here. Lion, leopard, any mammal really, any bird. Water is the currency of life, so pretty much all the organisms we have, actually including insects, need to get some form of water. Dragonflies moving around, they're obviously hunting as well as breeding. Many different organisms. There were some Egyptian geese here at one point, living off of the water, butterflies, you name it. All the organisms we sort of spend time looking for, and even those we don't see, need water for survival. So as the seasons do continue on and get drier, we are going to start finding at these watering holes. But for now, there is water in abundance, and so the watering holes which are in a sort of shorter supply in the dry months are a little bit better for finding animals. Trish, I think, is on her way to watering hole to find some elephants. But we're going to head on from here and send you over to andBeyond Phinda, who'd like to say good afternoon.
Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to andBeyond Phinda. We found a rather relaxed family of warthogs. I don't think I've ever actually done a segment on warthogs because they always just hightail it into the grass. But I'm Kim, and behind camera we've got Craig. And yeah, like I said, pretty cool that we can see these warthogs. It's quite a big family. There's a mother with maybe, I couldn't quite tell because the babies have all put themselves on the far side of her because they're a little bit uncomfortable, even though the mother is very relaxed. But it looked to be about 5 or 6 of them. So she's done a very good job keeping probably her whole litter alive. Yeah, generally they only really have about 4 to 5 piglets, so 6 piglets would be quite a big litter. And the fact that she's managed to keep them all is very impressive because they are quite a favorite. There we go, let's see how many there are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 piglets. Yeah, and they are, like I was saying, they are quite a bit of a favorite for predators because they're quite easy pickings. They're not the fastest runners. So in kind of December time when they all drop, there's suddenly loads of them, but the number does decrease rather quickly as predators slowly pick them off. But congratulations to this mummy for managing to keep so many of them going.
Lesego, I do not know the exact, I don't know the exact pace of a warthog. We usually learn kind of how fast animals that might run at you can run so that you know how quickly you need to climb a tree. But a warthog, I do not know. It will definitely be able to run faster than a person, but they're just a lot slower than some of the predators. So, I'm going to hazard a guess and say like 20 k's an hour maybe, at like top speed. But I really don't know. Maybe I'll look that, I'll just do a bit of research on that and find out for you. Another interesting thing, you can see the little piglets looking at us now. You can see that they've got those white whiskers. And those are false tusks. Okay, I've just been given the answer, and they can actually run 48 kilometers an hour, so that is pretty quick. It's still slower than most predators, but it's very, very fast anyway. So my guess was way off. But I think them being so small and running through long grass like this, you can imagine that they'd come up against quite a few obstacles, and I think that they can't really jump over things as well as maybe a lion or a leopard could. And that's also what maybe makes them so easy to catch. Yes, and they are very cute, and actually, in my opinion, they are my favorite kind of baby of the bush, so when there are little piglets around, they're fantastic. They often get little energy attacks. I don't know if I'm sure lots of viewers have pets, and you'll know how when they get overexcited or get like a little bit too much energy, they just sprint around the house or the garden, like doing 360-degree spins and skidding around corners, and little warthogs often do that, and they kind of grunt as they do it, which is really, really cute to watch. There's one really enjoying some grass there. It's looking right at us. But yeah, these guys are, so like I said, they'll have been born in kind of December time. So that makes them about 4 or 5 months old now. And they would be very, very small at that time. So probably like a third of the size that they are now. And then they're very, very, very cute. They're also very cute to watch suckling. Like they're quite enthusiastic sucklers, so if sometimes you'll see the mother, she'll just be feeding and she'll be standing up, she won't even lie down, and the piglets kind of latch onto a teat, and then they use their back legs to kind of push themselves up onto the teat, and they've got their little back legs kind of shoveling dirt behind them as they try and push themselves up against the teat to get as much milk as possible. It's also a pretty hilarious thing to watch. Okay, this little family does seem to be kind of ambling off away from us. We're going to send you over to Mike and Pridelands for now.
We've got quite an awesome spectacle that we're seeing right now. There are literally probably thousands of barn swallows flying around in the sky in front of us. These are migrant birds that are about to undertake the mammoth journey from here in southern Africa all the way back to Europe. And you can see they're all landing on the tops of these trees. It's very humid today, so there's lots of insects flying low. And these barn swallows are all over here, catching insects, landing, waiting, flying, catching more. And there are thousands of them. I've never seen so many in one place before. I know they travel in huge flocks, but not usually this big. So this is a clear sign that they are about to make their way back north, when they all start bunching together like this, it's really all about safety in numbers. And, when there's so many like this, it's usually because there's a swarm of insects that's around. They're trying to get enough energy. They've got a long way to travel. They've got thousands of kilometers to travel, and so they need to gather as much energy as they can, because while they're traveling all the way from here in southern Africa to Europe, they're not going to be doing a whole lot of feeding. They basically survive off the energy that they've managed to accumulate, the weight that they've managed to put on during that time. Wow, their camera won't be able to pick it up, but if I look up into the sky, I literally can see them everywhere. There are so many. It's really spectacular. Every now and again, they fly out of the tree just like that. I don't know, for whatever reason, and they all come and they land back again. And we've managed to find ourselves right in the middle of this huge flock. That's really awesome. And the way they're so acrobatic, it's difficult for the camera to stay on one bird. But if you see one bird and you watch it, they fly and they twist and they turn and they do cartwheels, upside downs. They're really acrobatic and aerial. And they catch most of their food on the wing. They hardly ever land on the ground except to gather nesting material, which is mud, and perhaps occasional termite alates. When the termites erupt, they might be around to forage in the ground for those that are crawling, but mostly they catch food on the wing, just like this. These are the same type of birds that you'll often see sitting in huge groups on power lines, and that's exactly what they do. As they fly across the continent of Africa up into Europe, they'll stop in flocks like this, roost for the night, often wherever they can find a place, because there are many, many thousands of them. They can't always find comfortable perches, so you'll see them on aerials, on roofs, you'll see them in trees, you'll see them absolutely on every surface that they can find. It's really, really awesome to see them, so many like this. Dizzy, I don't think they come to the same area, almost certainly, because we see the swallow nests around where I live, the eco-training camp. We see them often, being used over and over again. So I'm sure the same pair of swallows, or at least one of the swallows, will come back to that same nesting site because it knows it's there. And they'll come to the same area almost certainly, if not to the same nest. But they don't generally nest in trees. These are usually nesting on the edges of cliffs, under overhangs. But I suppose if they absolutely needed to, they would make a mud nest on a tree. It's not ideal, though. Their nests are made of mud. And so when they are making the nest, the trees move in the wind, and that will mean that the mud will crack and break, and they'll have to keep rebuilding their nests. It's usually bridges, cliffs, rocky outcrops, that kind of thing, of which we don't have too many here on Pridelands, so they're just passing through. And they'll undertake that journey in just a few weeks, flying all the way from here in southern Africa to Europe, which is amazing when you think you're a bird the size of 2 handspans together, you know what I mean? And we think it's a long enough journey when we have to fly 10 hours in an airplane. These birds do weeks, and sometimes some birds will fly for many days over the ocean without even stopping, just flying non-stop, 72 hours. These ones will normally use the land bridge just close to the Middle East at the Suez Canal. It's amazing when the birds move in a group like that. I agree with you completely. So when they do that, it's actually, I think, called a murmuration. And there's so many theories as to why birds move like that. Now, swifts are not well known for it, but many starlings and the quelea, especially in this part of southern Africa, are very well known for moving like that, these undulating waves, these clouds. And now it serves a purpose. It helps to confuse predators. So that's another reason why these swallows are all in a big group like this, is to confuse the predators. But how do they manage to move in such unison? I mean, there's got to be some sort of audio cue, or is it a scent that they release? Is it, I don't know what it is, but it's incredible that they all take off at the same time. Their eyesight is much more acute than ours, so they can potentially see movements much easier than us, smaller movements. I can hear an elephant nearby. There's an elephant defecating somewhere nearby. I can hear the dung balls hitting the ground. But in the meantime, we're going to send you back over to Djuma.
I have succeeded in finding one elephant. And it's a nice big bull. And he's here by Treehouse Dam. You can see he's a little bit wet. He's obviously been having a drink. But I suspect there's more of a herd, or rather a herd that he's following around here somewhere, because there's tracks all about. So we've been down to Twin Dams with not much success, but luckily Treehouse Dam was a little bit more fruitful. Oh, I love it when they face us. You can see that distance between his tusks is starting to widen quite a bit, and between his eyes. Just beautiful. As they age, that gap, or the distance between the tusks, gets larger, and between the eyes, so you end up with this hourglass shape. And in really old bulls, it's very, very hourglassy. Here, it's not too distinct. You can still see it's forming. So he's probably about in his late 20s. The depressions above his eyes are not too saggy just yet. You can see that they go in, but they're not very saggy. That would indicate that he's a little bit older. And he's also not very tall. His skin looks quite nice, not too wrinkly. As they get older, they certainly do get more wrinkly. Just like us. Hi Ian, you'd like to know if elephant bulls are mostly solitary? I wouldn't say mostly. I'd say they're solitary, especially when they're older. They hang out by themselves quite a bit, or they're solitary. But you'll also see them in bachelor herds. You'll see them with not particularly a bachelor herd, but maybe one other young male with them. So I would say maybe 50% of the time they're solitary. 50% of the time you'll see them with other bulls. Not a huge amount, not like a big bachelor herd, but rather just about 3 or 4 other bulls of different ages. And within that little aggregation, because I don't want to call it a herd because it's not really, but within that aggregation there's a certain dominance that's exerted. That's usually by age. So the older bull is the one who's in charge, but there's not really amongst themselves they're play fighting and things like that. When the bulls are in must, you won't find them in those bachelor herds. That's when they'll go cover vast distances. They might eat less, and they're not hanging around with anybody else. They're just focused on finding a breeding herd and mating. Hi Shreya, you'd like to know how thick an elephant's skin is. I'm not sure exactly how thick it is. It's certainly not the animal with the thickest skin. Giraffes have the thickest skin to maintain a high blood pressure. But other animals that have thick skin include rhinos, elephants, and hippos. But I'm not sure what the exact thickness of an elephant's skin is. The number 4 centimeters comes to mind, but I can't be sure. They're really enjoying the combretums at the moment, particularly these large fruited bush willows. That's the one he's eating at the moment. Now he's moving steadily away from us. I think he's going to be out of our view very soon. But I need to find the other elephants. At least that's my mission. It looks as if they may have moved towards the hyena den area. Gives us an opportunity to check both those things out, see if there's elephants around, and see if there are hyenas around. So let's get going. Thankfully, it was really warm when we started. It's cooled down just a little bit. It's starting to get very much like that, where we start drive and it's really hot. It almost feels like it's a summer day, and it's not. Very quickly, it cools down. All right, well, let's get going. There's a lot happening in this block, it seems, today, so we're going to stick around here and see what we can find. We're going to send you over to Ngala, see what they're getting up to for the afternoon.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm actually very excited that we did manage to find these animals as per our plan. As you can see, she's just lying under those bushes there, busy grooming herself. And right on the side of her, there's 2 youngsters there, just laying down there under the bush. So as I said earlier on, because the sun has been actually quite warm throughout the day, so those cubs there that you see just taking a nap, and also just because they're under that bushes, trying to stay away from the sun. And those 2 youngsters that you see there are 11-month-old cubs. Almost a year now, so the following months they're going to be a year old. And I think she's done really well to be able to raise them to get to that age, because when they are very young, they're quite vulnerable to a lot of things. As you can imagine, here in Africa there's a lot of predators around, and for example, if other lions came across these cubs, especially when they were really young, they could have injured them or even kill them. Oh, look at that. Look at her. Busy yawning there. Probably thinking to move. There she is, stretching a little bit. So normally those signs that you see there, a bit of yawn and a bit of stretch, signs that she might move around. But also she might be moving because she was a little bit exposed to the sun. But I'm just seeing her crouching down like that. She's either urinating or defecating where she's sitting. Right in front of the little ones. Okay, I think she just wanted to change her spot. So as I said, these cubs, they're really lucky to have reached that age. I believe one viewer is asking how many lion prides are there in Ngala. So the dominant pride is the Birmingham pride, which is the pride that we see here often. Okay, and these lions that you're looking at right now are part of that pride. Right, but we do have some other prides that come in and out of the reserve, just moving through, either just hunting or just using it as a place to, you know, to move from one side to another. So we normally see about 6 to 7 prides, but this one here is the one that we see quite often. So to finish up on my story as well, so, you know, as I said, they're quite vulnerable to a lot of things. Even baboons, you know, these cubs, when they're quite small, they're vulnerable to things like baboons, leopards. They can injure them or even kill them as well. So this female has done very, very well to manage to keep them away from those type of dangers. See a bit of tail moving. A bit of ears there, as you can see, of the cub moving there. Trying to get all the flying insects or flies away from them, because they can be quite irritating. And also there's some interesting birds that are slowly approaching the lions. There's one there. It's almost sneaking towards those lions. You can see that bit of red face and a very thin beak and quite dark feathers or dark back. That is your hooded vulture there that you're looking at. And I think maybe they were here possibly because they saw these lions and I thought maybe there might be a kill somewhere around there. But also these birds, they can be after these lions for their scat, because quite often they'll feed on the lion scat. There's another one there. So the first one that we saw had quite a very bright red face, and this one that we're looking at is sort of not really that bright red, it's sort of palish. So that one is a young one or a juvenile, and the first one that we saw is an adult. This is quite incredible. I think I'm going to sit here with them for a little while and just enjoy this.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet, and all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the wire snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody. And now we have the opportunity to have a look at some lioness faces, and one having a poo. Anyway, I'm terribly disappointed to tell you all that I am downwind. Oh no, Johan, this is tragic stuff. We've caught up with 2 of them. There is a third one, yes, somewhere around, but they are a little bit more active than they were this morning. We've got one with ears, the other one having a poo, the other one is flat somewhere nearby. So our hope is to spend a bit of time with them today, and hopefully we can get some looks at their faces and we'll be able to get some identification on who exactly they are. Do have other vehicles joining us in the sighting. So you might hear the sound of a vehicle engine. There we go. She's now going to go onto the other side of the bush. Oh, there's the wind. There's the wind direction. The wind direction is definitely not in our favor. It is what it is. We have positioned ourselves to get them on the shady side of the tree. And not always is the shade the same side as the wind, but today it seems to be. Okay, well, we're going to try to get another position. Hopefully we can get you some of these lionesses' faces. We're going to send you over to the bushwalk team in Pridelands.
That sounds awful, Steve. I'm so sorry for you, but we've got something pretty amazing. We were in and we saw an elephant coming, so now we've literally just moved out the way. It seems like the elephant is following exactly where we walked along the dam wall. It's just had a bit of a drink, and now it seems to be coming around this side. So we need to start thinking about what we're going to do if we want to remain neutral to this elephant. Unfortunately, the wind is not in our favor. It's swirling around quite a lot, and it's blowing directly towards that elephant. So we're going to have to reposition ourselves soon before it comes down the wall too close to us, because then it might want to move us off, and we don't want to be moved off by an elephant. It's never a pleasant experience. There's also some giraffes around the dam, so there's a lot of cool stuff happening. Anyway, let's start to see where this elephant is going to go. He's just moving to that side. I'm hoping he's not going to come this side. If he is, Niels, I'm going to ask you just to step to your left a few paces and then back along a pathway. That looks like that elephant wants to drink a bit more. You can see it's already been mud wallowing. It's covered in mud. we saw it walking along the road towards the dam, and along that road there are quite a few mud wallows. So I'm sure this elephant's already sated requirements for being cool. Now it just wants to have drunk quite a lot by now. Oh, that's a very precarious position. That's amazing that elephant was able to come down that bank. Okay, Niels. The elephant looks like it wants to turn around and feed. I'm going to ask you to move just to the left. Jacqueline, that's a good question. I'd like to answer it for you just in a moment. Just want to move us across. There's a lot of elephants here, Jacqueline, because there's lots of water here, which is something that's not common in many of the areas around this area. Okay, that's fine just there, Niels. As you can see, our movement has caught its attention, but we're still quite far away from this elephant. And so if we stand still, it might just keep doing its thing. We've got the sun behind us and we've got cover just next to us. See how it's opened its ears a little bit in order to get more information, to figure out what exactly are we. Are we a threat? Are we a challenge? Unfortunately, in this case, it seems like we're neither of those things, because this elephant seems to be going back to feeding. So Jacqueline, as I was saying, there's lots of water here on Pridelands, which is what draws so many elephants into this area, because the surrounding area is very, very dry. And we're only going to find more and more elephants coming to Pridelands as the winter progresses and it gets drier and drier. In fact, at Ndlovu Dam by the eco-training camp, yesterday, we didn't see it. It was between the game drives, but at around 11, 12 o'clock, there were counted almost 250 elephants at Ndlovu Dam. That's an incredible number. That's got to be the vast majority of the elephants in the whole of this part of the Greater Kruger National Park. So it's fantastic. But in the meantime, whilst this elephant moves off away from us, I'm going to send you to another reserve with lots of elephants in Ngala.
All right, everybody, so we're still sitting with these vultures. And it looks like there's something there that they're feeding on. So I tried to have a closer look. There. It looks like they're eating some kind of scat or dung there. It looks like they are quite enjoying whatever they're feeding on over there. But also, while they're feeding, they are mostly moving around a lot. So basically looking around, because they know the lions are actually very, very close. Because sometimes those youngsters that we just saw earlier on, and they're quite curious, so they might come and try to stalk them a little bit. So they're always feeding, and then they'll lift their heads up and look around. As you can see, look there. Peter, welcome. Really glad that you can join us. Yes, Peter, you mostly find them on carcasses most of the time. So yeah, most of the time is what they do. You scavenge throughout. But then with them, I don't think they quite struggle a lot. Because if there's no carcasses around, there's a lot of dung. There's always dung and there's always lions scattered around. So You'd always have a bit of food around. So as we move back to those lines there, yeah, still pretty much laying down there. I think I would actually, if I was the lion as well, I'd have laid down right there, because it looks very nice there with that little bit of a breeze blowing through. So with this lions, actually the Pride, the Birmingham Pride actually made a kill last night. And I'm trying to figure if maybe this Pride or this female and the youngsters did actually manage to feed a little bit. And from here you can't really see. I mean, those young ones there, the tummies look a little bit flat. So they probably didn't get much to eat because the roast males, the dominant males were there, so they probably just chased them off the carcass. But while we wait, I'm going to send you to another location.
As you can see, we've got even more elephants have come down to the dam now. That other young bull made his way up in northerly direction feeding, and these ones have just arrived now to have a bit of a drink. Now these elephants are slightly larger, or at least the one on the right is a bit larger. On the left is a small elephant, and then another one that's just left was a far larger elephant bull moving off to the left. So it's all happening here at Leopard Dam. I can also, from where I'm standing right now, it's not easy for the camera, I can see a zebra, I can see 3 giraffes as well. So there's lots of activity around the dam. Just as we said, it's just going to get busier and busier at these dams as time goes on. These elephants are making a habit, coming every single day to the water at the same time, using the same pathways, and so we start to build up an idea of where they're coming. Where those 2 elephants are right now, this morning we sat right there on some fallen logs and twice had to stand up and move away because elephants came down. So that's no longer going to be the spot that we stop to sit and enjoy the dam, because it seems like that's become the favorite drinking spot of elephants. You can see that one there just skirting its trunk over the water, sucking up just a little bit of the clean water. That elephant bull, that young bull from behind us, is moving far away from us now, so we're back into a comfortable position. These ones are on the other side of the waterhole, very safe for us. Absolutely no problems from them. Oh, it must be such a pleasurable experience. It's been a hot day, very humid. But these elephants are really enjoying the water. No hippo in this waterhole. It's a bit smaller than in Ndlovu Dam at the moment. A bit shallower. And there's not as much elephant activity, so I think that hippo that's at Ndlovu Dam, close to the camp, is going to end up moving here eventually, just because there's so much less elephant activity here. Elephants and hippos don't really mix well at waterholes, to be honest. Oh, on the dam wall, Niels, the big elephant, is walking. That's the big elephant that we saw a little bit earlier. Steph, they certainly do have a very similar lifespan. Males will grow much larger, but that's purely a genetic thing. But yes, it depends on what area they're in. But that elephant that's walking there is very big, much larger than the other elephants that have been at the waterhole. I can't tell you how old it is, but it's probably in its 30s, or at least its very late 20s. It's a big, strong bull. In fact, this elephant we will need to move ourselves away from, because the other elephant that we saw, the young bull, he's a little unsure of himself. He'll sort of investigate but move off. But this is a large elephant bull, and they tend to be a bit more sure of themselves, especially when they get to their 30s, late 20s. I mean, they can grow up to 60, 65 years old, depending on the area. But this elephant won't be shy to come up to us and just, push us away and say, my waterhole, I don't want you bothering me over here. It's nice nice to see that. See, we walked there, so this elephant is probably right now sniffing at the ground where we walked, wondering, why is there a human scent here? Now, the elephants on Pridelands know full well about us. We walk with our students often in these areas, and so we leave our scent all over the place. There's no doubt this elephant has come into contact with humans before, probably on foot, on the vehicle definitely, and if it's been to our camp at the dam, then it would have seen students walking all over. So it's probably not too perturbed about it. Well, while we figure out where we can move to make sure we don't disturb this elephant, I will send you back over to Steve at Djuma.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, our lionesses have moved. We've moved because of an enormous lion poo that was made. And if you know me well, you know that I don't really do very well with those smells. Johan, you got a whiff. It wasn't pleasant, was it?
Not at all.
No. So, everybody, I'm almost certain that these are 3 lionesses of the Ngala Pride. Almost certain, without any evidence to back it up. 2 of them have not yet had cubs, for sure. And 1 might be Chella. I'm not sure. We'll have to have a look. Get you some more visuals. That one on the right-hand side, you can see the mammary glands have not fully developed. She hasn't yet had suckle marks, although she is ready for cubs. And then the first one we had visual of, on the far left, you'll see the difference between hers. She has had cubs. You can see that mammary glands have been suckled. But she doesn't currently have cubs, and the Nkumas have got 9 cubs at the moment. Last I checked. I'm desperately looking forward to seeing them. It's been over 3 years that I've spent with this pride, and I would like to spend another day. I'm in Djuma for another 2 weeks, so we have time to do so. Unfortunately, Johan, you're leaving in the morning.
Correct.
Johan is off to Pridelands, so you won't be losing him altogether for now, everybody. But as always, a privilege to work with you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Likewise.
So as soon as we get a face to look at, we will show you, everybody, unless some of you manage to get images of the 2 before and able to tell us. But I'm sure. I feel it. I won't be doing too much, though. I only moved because the angle of the sun was going through the red bush willow that had very low canopy, but a very sort of decent-sized stump that allowed the light through. Now they've moved to the rasblaar, or large-leaved bush willow, on the left, which you can see is casting a wonderful shadow over the 3 of them. Oh no, I just got another whiff. There's no wind now, it's gone, which means that the lion scat smell is just permeating. It's also possible that there's more than one. Generally, with more than one lioness, there will be more than one scat nearby, so it's always important in sightings like this to be very careful where you put your wheels.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far. For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully, Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
My name is Steve, one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Welcome back. We have got some hippos to show you. They do keep kind of surfacing and then, whoops, and then going back down again, which is exactly what hippos do, but they are being a little bit more active than normal. Generally, they will kind of go to sleep with their nostrils sticking out of the water so that they can sleep peacefully and not have to bob up and down. But they also do have kind of a natural buoyancy that pushes them up and down as they sleep. So every kind of 6 minutes or so, when they need to take a breath, they float up to the surface and take that breath and then sink back down again. But these guys are quite active and they bumping up and down a lot more frequently than they need to breathe, which is also interesting because of the time of the day. Normally at the summer day, hippos would be very, very inactive. They'd just be resting, sleeping and getting ready for a night of grazing, because at night time they'll come out of the water and feed on grass around the watering holes or in between other watering holes. They can actually move quite far away from their own watering hole to find grass. Looking at this little group though, it seems I can see the one whose head is out kind of the most at the back on the right. Oh, there's another one that's popped up its head. It also looks quite similar size, but those two are quite small. Oh, a yawn. Much smaller than that one that's yawning now. Beautiful. Wow. It's a real show. So with those youngsters, the mothers wouldn't actually go that far from the watering hole. They'd actually stay quite close, because they feel much safer next to the water, and with the youngsters, they want to be able to run quickly back to the water if there's a threat. Yes, they do use the same path each time. It's actually quite interesting. I'm just looking around to see if there's one that we can show you. But if you look even out across the watering hole, on the far bank, you can see there's a whole lot of paths coming down to the water. So those are the kind of paths that they would use. You can see that they're very prominent, and as you can also see, hippos are rather big, and they make this kind of like, yeah, it's a pretty wide path. It's like a footpath. You and I could walk along it. So yes, you can definitely see where hippos come into and leave the water. They'll use the same one often. Also, they're quite big animals, so you can imagine walking up a steep bank would be pretty difficult for them. So they've chosen the area that's the easiest for them to get in and out of the water, and then they just use that over and over. And having said that, though, I mean, most game trails in the bush in general will always lead you to water, whether it's a hippo trail or just a little skinny game trail made by general game like Impala or Warthogs, because they too obviously need to drink and need to access water, and they'll always use the path of least resistance, and just over time they'll all have been choosing the easiest path down to the watering holes, and just from overuse that becomes a very prominent path. So if you ever are surviving in the bush and you need some water, just hop onto a game trail and kind of aim yourself in the direction that the game trail is sloping downwards rather than upwards, logic would tell you. Okay, I think we are going to leave these hippos. It's quite tough with general game at the moment just because the grass is so long, so we're struggling to find stuff, but I think we're going to try and find something else, maybe a herd of Impala or Wildebeests, some of the likes that might have made those other game trails. But we're going to send you over to Tswalu.
Welcome back to Tswalu Kalahari. Just look at what we've found there. It looks like a couple of feathers. One would ask, what feathers are those? I've been looking around, and to my surprise, we found a few things which led me to obviously what I think they are. Some of them, those tiny ones are the down feathers of vultures. I won't say the species of what I think in my head, but there's two species predominantly that come first to my head. Probably your white-backed and your Cape vulture would be the most prominent in this area. I'm going to ask BK to slowly move, and before we get to what I want him to actually get to, just to warn the viewers that the following, which you might see, might be a bit gooey, or might be of those who are not that sensitive. So there we go. Right there. It's a very big old bull carcass of a kudu. I'm not sure what the cause might have been there. It looks a couple of days old if we zoom in a little bit there. And there's a few factors why I would say it looks a little bit old. Obviously, the vultures, as I have pointed out with the feathers, have already fed on this fella. But also, if we look at the condition of how the rib cage area there looks, you can see the meat itself is dried out. And obviously, the Kalahari having such elements, as you can hear on the mic, a lot of wind, obviously taking out the moisture, and a lot of sun. We are blessed to have such sun, so those would be the drying factors to that carcass. Look at the skin at the back there, also looks very dehydrated there. You can see it's the elements actually taking out all that moisture from. Elsie, very good question. Would the horns also decompose? That's a very interesting question. The horns would take a long time to decompose. What does happen is usually the skull and so on would be left. So things like your hyenas would come here and eat as much as they can, the vultures as we've seen eating. But what usually happens to the horns before they even get to that stage of decomposing is there's a special moth that actually finds these horns and would actually lay eggs in it, and it's called a horn moth. And often when you find very old horns, you find these long things sticking out of it that make the horn look gooey. And that's the moth that has actually used that keratin, or that covering of the horn. Because if you look at the horn formation, that part that we're looking at right now, where the camera is focusing on, is actually the covering of a horn. It's almost like a nail, and the inside is actually a bone part that is actually attaching the whole horn to the skull. So yeah, a very good question there about do they also decompose? It will take much longer than anything else. So yeah, very interesting there. So there's still the bone, there's still a bit of skin. Everything really goes to good use. You find birds and so on using a bit of the fur and whatnot. I'm gonna be here for a little bit and see what comes up next, but while we do that and wait, I'm gonna be sending you over to Ngala. Enjoy.
Alright everybody, so as we've left those other lions, the mammal, the two youngsters, I think we drove about maybe 250 to 300 meters and we found the other rest of the Birmingham Pride. I mean, how adorable are those cubs over there. And when we got here, they were busy suckling on mom, and as soon as they're done and they're really full, they just started being playful. If you look just behind their ears, up, don't get wrestled down. If you look just behind their ears, you'll see the one tan. You'll see there's that black mark that they have behind their ears. And when they're actually sitting facing the opposite direction, it almost look like eyes when you're coming from the back. And also those colors, both mom and dad has those colors, but with the females, you know, because remember when these youngsters are born and they're quite young, she doesn't really bring them to the pride up until they're a little bit old enough. So in that stage where she's still, you know, hiding them around, as she moves through tall grass, you know, as these cubs are busy following mom, those are the black colors that they follow through the tall grass. Along the tip of the tail, they have this dark color. As you can see, one of the little cubs, if you look at the tip of the tail there. And mom has those same colors as well. And you're asking, what do I think lions are afraid of? That's a very good question, Andy. I mean, depending on age, you know, cubs that small, I mean, they'll be scared of anything, really. But then as they get older, I mean, I don't think they are that scared of anything at all. Because remember, they're on top of the food chain. So not quite a lot of things bother them. Yeah, those cubs are so playful. Even though they're laying down like that, you don't even have to tell if, you know, if they're youngsters just by their behavior, you know, you can quickly realize that, you know, these are cows, because they're going to be very playful. A lot of stamina. Because, I mean, that's what they do every day, you know, play, suckle, and eat meat. If there's any meat around, that man would have hunted. And also, there's quite a few lions where we are, all scattered around. Some of them you can't really see because some of them are under the bushes here. And their dads as well are here. So one of the fathers, one of the roast males is laying right there. And his belly looking slightly full because they had a wildebeest kill last night. And if you look on their legs, you see those sort of brownish spots that they have. I mean, just a little bit under their bellies as well. So when they're young, they tend to have quite a lot of spots around them. But as they grow older, they're going to slowly lose them. It's just so soothing to just, you know, getting to sit down and enjoy them being playful like that. Stanley, I don't think I really copied it, but I think you're asking when will the cubs start to disappear? Or spots, rather. I don't really copy the spots. Stanley, so, and I mean, even when they're a little bit older or adults, they still have tiny bit of spots on the legs, so they don't, you know, like disappear and then there's no bit of spots left. But they're gonna start to disappear, so you're not gonna see a lot of them when they may be around 2 years old, 1.5 to 2 years old. Most of the spots will have disappeared. Oh, look at it, yawning there. I mean, look at those teeth. Incredible weapons right there. One of the sub-adult female there. All right, so I think we're still going to be sitting with these animals for a little while. But for now, I'm going to send you to Phinda.
Welcome back to andBeyond Phinda. Just as we said, we came looking for some general game that we were struggling to find and came across a herd of wildebeest. Having a pretty mellow day. Most of them aren't even feeding, they're actually just standing and or resting. There's quite a lot lying down. It's the male just running past. Oh, he's actually, so look at, he's trying to bring, you know, just kind of herd them all in together. See that one female started walking off and he was having none of it. Came charging around to get her back into the group. So with Wildebeest, the males are generally quite solitary, even though they are Wildebeest are herd animals. The male Wildebeest will spend quite a lot of its time by itself. It'll have a little patch of territory that it'll hold, and then the groups, the herds of females will move in. Oh, he's really throwing his weight around, this chap. There's another female there that he's kind of pushing around. Oh, there we go. Now we know what all the fuss is about. Obviously some hormones flying high around here. But yeah, as I was saying, okay. No, it looks like he might try. Yeah, he's definitely trying. But as I was saying, so the females will move in and out of the male's territory, and sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. And this male is obviously trying to keep that from happening. He doesn't want this group moving on to another male's territory. One of the females is possibly an estrus. And he's ready to mate. It is around about the time when they should start mating again. Wildebeest are seasonal breeders, so they'll be getting ready to mate and have their calves in December of this year coming up. So we'll be starting to see this kind of behavior a little bit more. So I think that wildebeest will become sexually mature at probably around 2 years. But at that point, they're not really big enough to take on any big males. I actually saw earlier when he was trying to mate with that one female, there was a male kind of standing quite near that he wasn't very bothered about. So I assume that male maybe just is a bit smaller and this dominant male doesn't feel threatened by him yet. So yeah, I think that they probably become sexually mature at around 2, but then hold their own territory maybe a bit later on than that, maybe 3 or 4. He really is rounding them up though. He's absolutely not letting anyone out of his sight. So come breeding season or mating season rather now, it'll be like this. He'll be trying to keep them all in his own territory. He doesn't want any of the other males, or he wants his genetics to kind of be successful and lord over, and that won't be the case if he lets the females get into other males' territories. All right, but that's quite interesting. I mean, we might stick around with these wildebeest for a little bit and see what else happens, but for now we're going to send you to another live location.
Right, welcome back. So earlier on, these lions were flat. But at least most of the adults. But there were some birds, a couple of birds calling just behind us. And they made quite a lot of noise. All of a sudden, this lion started raising their heads up, started to have a look in the direction. And also it is that time of the day where these animals are going to start to move soon. Because, yesterday they didn't have a lot of food to eat. I'm pretty sure the roast males, would have eaten most of the food. And I believe yesterday there was one viewer, I think it was Craig, if I'm not wrong, who asked me if one of the viewers asked me if, do lions have milk teeth? So when they're born, they're actually born without teeth, and then develop the ability, just like us humans. So yeah, they do have the milk teeth. And I believe another viewer asked me, what's the nutritional prey for the lions? I would say basically anything out here. Most of the antelopes. Because with lions, they'll literally, given a chance, whatever they think is an opportunity to catch, they all chase it and catch it, whether it's a buffalo or waterbuck, which, is one of the animals that, stinks a lot, and you wouldn't think these animals would catch it, but they go for that animal. Go for steenbucks, giving a chance. Giraffes, so yeah, literally anything is nutritious to them. I thought they were done suckling. There's one that is going for another go at suckling. There it is. Just joined in the other one there. But also I think Mom probably has a bit of milk in here because she might have possibly had a bit of, that wildebeest that they took down last night. So as you know, the more food she gets, the more milk she can produce. Look at that. Just walking right on top of Mom. And to be honest, that mother, all she wants to do is just to sleep and rest. Debbie, definitely they are. They're really cute. Yeah, it's quite incredible because she just want to rest, but they just won't stop. They just want to play. And sometimes every now and then she has to actually give them a little bit of a growl just to get them off. But I don't think they're budging at all. guys hear that little bit of a growl there? So that's definitely Mom, basically telling them, could you please just stop? I'm trying to rest right now. But I don't think she'll win. These cubs don't care. I believe one of the viewers is asking how long do they sleep for during the day? So lions will actually sleep throughout, especially as the sun starts to heat up early in the morning, maybe around, let's say, maybe 7 to 8. If it's not that cool in the morning, and all the way up until, 6 to 7 p.m., they'll still be laying down. But then also that is dependent, on what's going on around. For example, if there's they're laying down and they see some sort of prey that they think they can hunt at that moment, they'll quickly get up and start to hunt. Because even though sometimes they look like they're completely sleeping and they've shut down, they're actually not. As soon as there's a little bit of a sound, they're up in a snap of a finger. I think that female is just still chasing those youngsters away. Right. So as you can see, the mom has eventually laid down because she thinks she's just now managed to, get the cubs a little bit away from her. Look at those ones under the bush, they're busy being very playful. And that playfulness also, they're also from that young age trying to establish some sort of dominance. And also just sharpen up their skills. Because they're going to need those skills when they get older to hunt. And also to fight off some other lions. Oh, the little one is back, suckling again. Just wondering if there's any milk left, because they've been suckling for quite a while, and then they went off to play, and then they come back and suckle, and then went off to play, and then now we have two of them busy suckling there. looks like the other one that is further in the bushes there. As you can see, it's a little bit crouched down. Looks like it's defecating or even urinating there. Can you guys hear that sound in the distance? Just listen. Hear that bit of growling there, some impalas very close by. But as we sit with this pride, I'm going to send you to Phinda for now.
Welcome back. We've stuck around with this herd of Wildebeest. Nothing new has happened, but there still has been a bit of herding around by the male, keeping his females in order. And while you were away, I did just read up a little bit, just to give a bit more of a solid answer to when they become territorial. My book didn't say anything about when they actually became territorial, but the males do become sexually active at 2 years old, and the females at 1.5 years. And I'd assume that at 2 years old, maybe if they are big enough, they would try and get involved in the rut, try and get involved in the mating season, just because they will have heightened levels of testosterone, which obviously will urge them to seek out females to mate with. One thing that is very interesting that I've just learned is that the rut starts with a full moon, which we've just had about a night ago or 2 nights ago. So this is all just beginning. The rut's just starting for this year. And it lasts for about 3 weeks. So from now for about 3 weeks. And then after, like I said earlier, gestation of about 250 days, we'll have a whole bunch of new little wildebeest calves running around. I also mentioned earlier that most of them actually aren't really feeding, they're just kind of standing around, and that is also something that's typical of this time of year for wildebeest. They tend to eat a lot less during mating season, so over this 3 weeks they all kind of go into a bit of a their mind is on other things, especially the male. The male will hardly eat while he is in this mood. There are a few feeding off to the back of the group. Robert, that's an interesting question. So game reserve, it can be public and it can be private. So Phinda is a private reserve, but for example, Mkuzi is a game reserve just to the north of us, and that is government owned, and anyone can go into that. I'm actually not sure what kind of discerns a national park to a game reserve. I'd think that maybe just size. I think national parks are probably, well, they are much bigger as far as I know. I'm just not sure that that's all that puts, I'm not sure that's the only difference. Yeah, I think also, you know, like a game reserves are often fenced and they need quite a lot of management control. So control with like vegetation. Sometimes lots of the bushes becomes like it's bush encroachment, and then the habitat team on a certain reserve would have to do things like going to bush clear, like taking out a whole lot of trees if they're taking over a certain area. There's also things like controlled burning, because in a game reserve, don't Don't know if the dominant male is going to be very happy with that, because that's not him. But let's just see what happens here. Well, it looks like there might be two males here who are herding these calves together. But yeah, so just quite a lot of management, because there's no migration that happens inside a fenced reserve. So overgrazing doesn't occur because that you don't have these enormous herds of animals moving through the area and feeding on all the grass, which actually regenerates it and allows it to grow anew. So that is why we have to do these controlled burns.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Back to our kudu carcass here at Tswalu. I've taken the liberty to walk around and just try figure out what happened. It looked like old age, I would assume. I don't see any predator signs around here except for vultures, but very interesting enough, I managed to collect these two things right over here, and I'll speak a little bit about them, starting with this right over here. Now you see how very fine everything over here looks like. It's actually the down feathers, because these birds would fly and soar very high, and one would know that the higher you go, the colder it becomes. These down feathers actually do a very fundamental job for the bird, which is to keep the body warmth. Because of these fine fibers, it makes a seal and keeps the bird's temperature very regulated, whereas compared to this, is completely different. This is more for flying, more the primaries, but you can see how they get worn out. Look at that. look at those edges being completely used and worn out, and that's why they would shed them. Look at that. It almost looks like somebody ripped it and cut it. But these do amazing jobs that the vultures would cover big distances soaring and searching for food using thermals, because they'll go higher and higher and higher and switch from one thermal to the next thermal. Now, I'm going to ask BK to actually take a pan around where we are, and everything that you see will give you a vast understanding of how big Tswalu is. Everything that you literally see on your screen at home is actually Tswalu. You're looking at about 120,000 hectares, and that is a round number. I'm just rounding it off. And Tswalu being the biggest privately owned reserve in Southern Africa. Just look at how big of a land that is, giving home to a lot of animals that you don't really find elsewhere. If I had to mention a few things like your pangolin, your aardvark, your aardwolf, when you look at birds, things like your ant-eating chats, your curry bastards, and so on, this is home to that. The Kalahari, or the southern Kalahari, being the green Kalahari, you can see now how it is covered with vegetation. Big difference from what you see now and what in the few months would look like. We're actually on a June top, and this would normally be brown, and it is a very, very beautiful area. Thank you for that comment. We almost at the transitional stage where it's autumn, the grass is starting to die out or becoming fawn, and it will slowly just subside and go lower, and giving a bit of contrast or giving space to that red soil that would be coming through. So it just shows you how this place changes from season to season, and this coming season, the winter, being our peak season for those elusive animals that we often refer to as the trifecta, being your pangolin, your aardvark, and your aardwolf. Just look at that. Beautiful. Earlier we had clouds coming over and they were darkening, but look at now how it's kind of just cumuliform clouds that are just complementing the horizon right there. Since we've walked around here and there's no form of any other predator and so on, I am going to be moving on. There is a dam close by that we're going to try see what we can find there. And we'll send you over to another very beautiful location in Africa.
Welcome back. The light is getting very pretty here on Phinda. We've got the sun setting behind us, and it's shining beautifully onto this little herd of Impala that we have in our sights. It's really highlighting the color, making them look quite orange. So it's quite lucky, actually, just as you came over to us. Well, for the most part that we've been sitting here, they've all had their heads down feeding. And just before you came over, we heard a male Impala kind of grunting, which is what they do at this time of year. Similarly to the Wildebeest, they'll also be coming into mating season right now. And just as they heard that grunting, snorting noise, they all lifted their heads and looked over in our direction. You can see a few males there. So their season probably hasn't started quite yet. Their gestation period is a bit shorter than that of the Wildebeests. They're about 190 days. So the reason I bring that up is just because of the number of males in this group. And they are big males too. They're not small ones. So most of the females, there's 3 big males off to the left, and oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, about 5 or 6 or 7 big males off to the right. So as it gets more into kind of the more serious part of mating season, you won't see this. It'll just be one male with his group of females. So very soon they will be chasing one another around, and they'll be fighting quite aggressively, the males, with one another, trying to win the harem of females. So you can see that they're all sticking quite close to the females, and just now it won't be so calm and beautiful, because at the moment it's a very peaceful scene, just feeding in the sunset light. Shreya, yes, if an impala is by itself and it sees a predator, it will certainly alarm call. So I assume the reason you're asking the question is because you know that alarm calls are to warn the rest of the herd, but alarm calls are also to tell the predator that it is alarm calling at that it has been seen, and it's therefore lost the element of surprise. Most predators have to get very close up to their prey species to be able to catch it. Impala are very quick. They can run anywhere between 75 to 88 kilometers an hour. A lion can run at about 80 kilometers an hour, so they're quicker than lions, and therefore a lion has to get very, very close, and it has to surprise the prey to hope to be successful. So when an impala alarm calls, or when any prey species alarm calls at a predator, they are also just telling the predator, don't try and chase me because you've lost the element of surprise and I'm going to outrun you, basically. A little bit of herding going on. I just saw from the left-hand side one of the males kind of marched a couple of the females into a group. At this point, I think that the males would definitely be doing some herding. They'll want to keep this group of females together. The bigger their harem is at the end, the better. They definitely want to have a nice big group of females, and then that one male will actually end up mating with that entire harem of females. So the bigger his harem of females, obviously the more offspring he will produce, and that is one of the ultimate goals of most wildlife. It's just to spread their genetics and have and produce as many offspring as possible in their lifetime. Survival and reproduction. Gail, I have absolutely no idea if they recognize their own siblings. I think that they have quite superficial relationships. The social structures are fairly complex, but in terms of siblings, I don't think that they're very worried about who they're related to. With females, they can even get split up, like younger females might move off and form their own group with some females maybe from another herd, and then they'll all join up, and then a male will group up with them and mate with all of them, and that's just for genetic diversity. So they don't have any kind of bond with their siblings. They'll quite happily all split off from their mothers and from their siblings and join up with a group from another herd, so possibly females that they aren't even related to, and that These males are kind of putting their heads down at one another. But yeah, that's just, that's nature making sure that genetic diversity is just continuing on. It's just making sure that that inbreeding doesn't become an issue. So yeah, I don't think that they've got any special concern for siblings or parents. It's more just kind of a concern for the well-being of themselves, actually. It's just survival of the fittest. They're going to try and outrun the rest of them. The sun is dipping. Wow. Beautiful sunset. But we are going to send you over to Tswalu for now and try and get a look at the sunset.
We have managed to come to this dam I just told you about. Look at that. A lot of bird life. What we're looking now flying is some wattle starling. There's squadrons of them coming in, probably preparing themselves to start roosting, as you can see right there at the top of that acacia tree. They'll start flocking in numbers as the sun starts going down. We're starting to actually see a lot of them, which is quite something for Tswalu, seeing these wattle starling coming like this in numbers. I'm not sure why this change over, I'd say, the last year, maybe 2 years, that now we're starting to see an influx of them. It would actually be very interesting to find out what makes these kind of changes. But speaking of changes and species coming in, we actually have a group of individuals here at Tswalu called KEEP. Now, KEEP stands for Kalahari Endangered Ecosystem Project, which is actually a project that is funded by the Tswalu Foundation, and their biggest role is to find out different things. So at times there's different researchers doing different things, and part of it is how global warming is going to affect this particular area. What we have there is a comb duck. Looks like a male comb duck that has gone down. Look at that flap of skin right over its bill. Now, these ducks are known to develop this thick skin that almost makes like a knob or a round little comb on top of them, and they only develop it during their breeding. So that would be an adult male in its breeding form. That's why they develop that big knob there, and obviously to impress. A lot of bird life. Look there in the background, I see a black-winged stilt. Just the body sticking out. Those long legs are hidden in the water body. There's a few of them actually there. They would have these long red legs, and obviously they use them to feel around where they walk. So that would be the depth of the water where they are walking right there. I see 3, 4, maybe 5 of them around there. And look at how they use that bill probing around. Very, very beautiful. There's an egret in the background, some sacred ibis. I'm gonna be sticking around here and see what else we can see. Don't want to be selfish, and I will send you to another very beautiful property in Africa. Enjoy.
Welcome back so quickly, and we've just swiveled ourselves round to look at this absolutely magnificent sunset that was shining its light not so long ago on that herd of Impala that we were looking at. But just how beautiful is that? A little bit of cloud always helps it to look really, really pretty. And there's kind of this like haze over the horizon all around us, which is also, I think, adding to the beauty of it. It's kind of catching the sun rays. I mean, that is a really, really awesome color. Starting to hear all the frogs getting active as well on the watering hole that's a little bit further away from us. The rattling cisticola shouting quite loudly from his perch. Oh, and there is an impala just came running past the back of our vehicle chasing another male, making that noise. I'm sure you could hear. So that is the noise that they make when they chase one another. Can only be described as snorting and grunting. Tracy, no, we are not on the highest point of Phinda. I know it does kind of look like that. There is a beautiful view from where we are, but we are just kind of on the side of the Lubombo Mountains. So the Lubombo Mountain Range is a range that actually stretches all the way from us. We're right at the end of it, the southernmost part of it, and it goes all the way up to the Great Rift Valley. And yeah, we are kind of just sitting on the edge of one of those hills. We're not on the top of it yet. Or, yeah. Phinda is quite a hilly place because we are, you know, the surrounding parts of the mountains are just the foothills of the mountain. But no, we're not at the highest point. I can see the highest point, but I don't think we'll be able to show you on the camera. But we're actually quite low right now, although it does seem like we're quite high up. But there's one thing that I do really, really love about this area of Phinda, and interestingly enough, if you just pop straight over the mountain, the habitat is completely different. You'll find completely different bird species, completely different vegetation and habitat types. So this side, as you can see, it's all, well, you can't really because it's all silhouetted at the moment, but you saw where the Impala and Wildebeest were. It's very grassy, so it's kind of a very open, hilly grassland, whereas as soon as you pop east over the mountain range, it becomes a lot more thick, the soil changes, and it's a lot more kind of thick Lubombo thorn felt, which is lots of kind of acacia species and thicker bushes. Okay, but this light is kind of fading a bit. We'll see if we can find anything else that's getting active as the temperature drops. And while we do that, we're going to send you off to Tswalu.
Sacred ibises or ibises as some would refer to them. But interesting, look at what they're doing, using those long beaks and probing along, looking for things like your frogs and so on. Insects, little worms, earthworms. That's basically what they would be probing for right there. There will be a lot of food for them right now. There is a lot of wind here. I'm battling, trying to cover myself. The wind is just picking up here in the Kalahari. can just see them. Look at that. So some of you might already recognize my voice and know who I am. My name is Obakeng, and a lot of people refer to me as Obi. And behind the camera there, I've got BK doing a very wonderful job as I instruct him and send him around where to focus. Thanks, BK. Let's go back to the birds. Oh, look at that. Now, all this is from recent rains that we've had here at Tswalu Kalahari. In the last 3 weeks, there was a point where we had over 210 mils of rain. That is almost, not actually almost, that is more than our rainfall in one go. Look at those wattle starlings coming in waves like that. Very interesting birds with their distribution ranging from Ethiopia going all the way to Madagascar, the Seychelles, and us. And as I was hinting earlier on with global warming and so on, that we're starting to actually see them. And this is my personal opinion. I think it's because of that we're starting to see more and more of them coming to these arid areas, which usually we wouldn't see them around here. But yeah, it's a very interesting phenomena. But let's see how it all works out. Look at those waves. I just like how they fly like that. That's interesting. Look at that. The skill sets pilots wish they had. Not insulting anybody. And it's very easy how they achieve such. They've got what we call micro plume, which is very small, sensitive feathers that are measuring what you call it, the pressure as they fly around. And as soon as pressure changes, they would know which direction to move. And that's why the whole squadron would move in sync like that, because the pressure would change from one direction to the other, or from the one to the next, and it makes a ripple effect like that. And that's how they all go in sync and not bump into one another. If one was wondering how they managed to achieve that, it's all in the hidden micro plume. Beautiful. Now all landed in that camel phone. See what other species. We've got an egret there in the far distance. We'll take you over to Ngala while I still search around here and see what other bird life we can find here. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to andBeyond in Ngala. Right in front of us, you can see we have some few birds busy moving around, and also just looking for seeds to feed on around. Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Trico, and behind the camera, I'm with Gert. Okay, so we're just sitting on this water hole now. And we just realized on the side of it, there's some few birds that are right in front of us. Just look at those birds. You'll notice they have bright red faces on them and quite dark in color. So what you're looking at there is a Swenson's spearfowl. There's a lot of grass around. And as the wind blows onto this grass, as you can see right at your back, there's a bit of, you can see the grass being blown by the wind. So all the seeds actually fall down on the ground. And this particular bird are feeding on those seeds. They also every now and then take a bit of seeds, of insects rather. also earlier on we saw there was a male who was trying to court with them, but he wasn't successful and tried to move away. So we just decided to sit in this water hole because it's just nice, and there's a little bit of a sunset going on up in the distance there. And it's so nice and quiet. And right over in the distance there, every now and then we do see a hippo popping its head up and then down again. But I think we're just gonna wait a little bit here and see maybe there's gonna be any other, mammals that will come around. But for now, I think we'll just sit here and enjoy this.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner, and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, there it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Look at that, we're getting more and more bird life coming through to this watering hole. More comb ducks coming to land. I'm seeing, it looks like in the distance also we've got some shell ducks. As we pen along, I'll point out what we focused on now. There is the comb ducks, but we'll keep going to the left. Let's see what we've got there. So something just going there. But speaking of the Kalahari and how one would get here, we've got our very own fleet of flights that would be coming from Cape Town, Joburg, and only 4 hours away from Upington. So it is a very remote place, but I mean, we take initiative of making sure you can get here in the most comfortable and luxurious way of getting here, having our own airstrip also to accommodate for that. So you land on our property and one of our qualified guides do meet you. That is the sacred ibis, again feeding there. I'm going to keep quiet for a little bit. You can actually hear the comb ducks making some sounds there coming to land. Beautiful, beautiful scenery. Look at that orange coming through, the sun just almost heading for the horizon. This is going to be a very, very beautiful setup. Some black-winged stilts. That's the silhouette that we're seeing there. You can see how the wind is blowing those waves on the water. Some shell duck in the background. Amal, do these birds stick around in winter? Unfortunately not. Everything here is seasonal, and as I've mentioned on earlier, that this water comes from the rains that we had about 3-4 weeks back, where we had a massive pour down of over 200 mils in about 36 hours. So this is what has brought some of these seasonal birds that we're seeing. Things like your Egyptian goose would be here all around. We've got some resident shell ducks, but there would be other species that we won't get in winter. So unfortunately, yes, birds do move around, and we do know that certain species are migratory. So yes, but we still have a good bird life. If you are a bird watcher, this is the place to come tick off all those LBJs, as some refer to them, little brown jobs, things like your pipits, your lucks. Here is the place to come look for those. Things like your pink-billed luck, which is a lifer for most people, your Stuck's luck, which I've been fortunate enough to actually see a couple of times here. I'm still waiting for that pink-billed luck. I haven't seen it yet, but it is on our list, and I'm always on the lookout for such. We've seen some ruffs, we've seen some very interesting birds. So yeah, winter is going to bring also a different perspective. The water will subside. There won't be as much water as what you're seeing now, as this is the Kalahari, and it is very arid. So as I said, we are in the transitional or the changing phase of the Kalahari. The green that you're seeing is also going to subside. On that thought, I will send you over to a colleague, Steve, in Djuma. I believe he's got something interesting to share with us. Over to him.
We do have cats. We've got lions, and I'm almost certain these are the Djuma Pride. 3 lionesses. One of them's got the neck ear. Oh, she's going to have a wee right there. She just rolled in whatever dung that was. Now she's going to mark it. Now the 3 of them woke up earlier to the sounds of Impala ratting nearby. They gave them a cursory look, and then the Impala, obviously, with their habit of hanging out in the open areas, managed to evade any sort of attack from the lions. But now they're going to walk up this road called Rebecca's, which will head them directly west. Their bellies are not empty, so they're not hungry, but they feel like it's time to move, and on that note we shall as well. We're on our own in the sighting, so it might be tricky to keep up with them if we don't keep our nose behind them. but I think they're going to walk on the road for some time. This is the road Rebecca's right here that takes us up towards the west. Oh, they're going to play just over here on the side of the road. Lionesses, everybody, doesn't matter how old they get, they're always up for a little cuddle, struggle, little snuggle session. Always up for it. Males, after reaching a certain age, they don't play anymore. They're just too cool to play. Whereas these ladies, doesn't matter how old they get, are always up for it. So hopefully someone watching will be able to help me identify, but I'm almost certain one of them's got a nick ear, the one at the back. No, the one lying down. Peter, I've never seen a white lion here on Djuma. I've seen one in the Timavati and in the Kruger, close to the Singita property, but that's it. They're not very common. And they do occur in certain locations. The Timavati towards the east is sort of the areas that they've been known to occur in the past, and the Timavati is there by Ngala, and so that gene is sort of in the population there. And so that's the only area I know of in South Africa where the white lion gene naturally comes out in the population. But the guys at Ngala would be much more suited to answer that question for you. They get to see them. But, such wonderful animals, lions. Now, look at that grass, everybody. It's not that long. I walked into lions and grass about that long before. Some of you might have seen. So you can see how easily they can disappear. Let's just move up here a touch because they're starting to get a bit aggressive with each other. I heard a bit of growling. Just eventually the play becomes a bit painful. Okay, they're going to walk around. The play becomes a bit painful and, well, enough. Stop biting me. We all know that feeling, don't we? Oh, and they're going to drink right here in the road. What a wonderful moment, hopefully. Now, the road, the spring sea plant, it's still draining out. So that is very fresh water. But in saying that, lions aren't too discerning about the water they drink. I've seen them drink very stagnant stuff. But they will drink readily when it's available. Did you get a bit of a fright as well there, Johan? Oh, Megan, it's so great to see them, isn't it? Now, I'm still hoping someone who's watching will confirm for me, but I'm almost certain these three are two sub-adults, or they're all adult now. One of them is a fully fledged elder member. The other two. Now, these skills are very good at honing their strength and their agility and their hunting prowess. Obviously, the bonding that is carried out while doing this is so important. Up she gets, and so shall we. Okay. Wonderful afternoon with lions. I just love tracking them down, everybody. Finding lion tracks in the morning. And we tracked a male and a female that went out west, and I was a bit disappointed at that, but I was almost certain I'd seen more tracks. And there's really something very fulfilling. I can't really explain it to you all. Something very fulfilling about finding tracks and tracking lions down. Obviously, they're a little bit easier sometimes to track down than leopard, but nonetheless, I get a kick out of both. So we're going to send you over to Tswalu Kalahari, who's enjoying a spot of birding.
We've got some shell duck there with some beautiful golden light coming through. I'm not sure if we can see the colors very well there, but a few males and a few females. There's actually a very good sexual dimorphism with colors over there, with the females having that white, bright head, and the males having more of a gray head, with the bill being quite dark or being black. A few of them gathered together there. Black wings still coming into the mix, flying around. There's a few lapwings also just chasing these black wing stilts around. Just listening to those sounds, amazing. Beautiful. Some wattle starlings there. Haven't really had a good view of the individuals. We're just seeing the flocks, but it's very interesting. If we could, we'll keep looking for it, but I'm going to explain it anyway. If we could, you'll see they have this yellow, almost looks like a dropping skin, and that's the wattle. It looks yellow, more with the males. But beautiful lighting, that gold. Look at that. Magnificent light here at Tswalu. Now, if you look at the scenery, this is some of the sceneries that would inspire our resident artists. So I was speaking about what we have. I've mentioned the keep. We also have what we call the art or artists in residence here at Tswalu, where they would be getting inspiration from such. Look at that coming through. Wow. Sorry, FC, I was focusing on that beautiful sight. Please repeat the question for me. Scenic, what? Waterfowls? Fowls as in birds of... I'm not understanding the term fowl. Sure, I'm gonna try answer the question to the best of my ability, but yeah, I'm a little bit, yeah. So if I'm understanding correctly, if you're referring to water birds, your Egyptian geese is one of the very most common bird that you get here. Your shell duck would also be one of the most common. But what we've seen here today, things like your teal, I would ask BK to go left. Let's see. Yeah, maybe right there and go in a little bit. I think that we've got some teals there. Those we don't really often see as often. Yeah, those are the teals. Look at that. So it is a smallish dark with a lot of color, but now obviously the sun is going down a little bit. We're not catching much of their colors there, and that's what makes this particular area very interesting for me today, to find these birds that we don't often see but do occur here. Amazing. You get things like your plovers, your three-banded plover we do see, your blacksmith lapwing, which also likes the water. So those would be the common birds, waterbirds to be more specific, that you would be getting around here at Tswalu Kalahari. Beautiful comb duck there, two females in front and the male at the back. Just the silhouette already gives it away. Look at that flap of skin just over the nasal. Listen to the calling. Very, very beautiful. Here's a question I have, and at this time around I don't really expect answers. I know I usually do ask questions, but this is just a question to the viewers. When you self-introspect, just go over the question and think about it. Your actions will answer the question. You don't have to come back to me with answers. We as human are the keepers of earth or land. My question this evening is, what are you doing as the keeper of earth? What is your contribution? What makes you think you are contributing? And if you are contributing, what is it that you are contributing, and why are you contributing it? It's just something to pick on your brain about. It's a very interesting topic that raised one of the days with some of my colleagues in regards to what we do as our daily job. So yeah, that's something for you, the viewers, to ponder about. Some little grapes there with some chicks. So every now and then we get a new species into the mix. Looks like 4 chicks. Difficult job for that mom. Constantly having to feed those youngsters until almost adulthood. Tough job. I'm just loving the sounds. Look at that. While we still await the sun to still be dramatical with the sunset, I'm going to be sending you over to another very beautiful location.
I think that is an excellent question, Oba King. It's also a very interesting one. I think at the end of the day, as long as you're a good human, but then, you know, what is the definition of a good human? But as long as the things that you do feel good and they don't feel destructive or painful, or that you're grinding gears, you know, going against what feels natural, I think we're okay. And it's the little things, like when it comes to taking care of the earth, because the earth will always take care of itself and it will be absolutely fine, whether we're here or whether we're not. She will always recover from anything we do. She's always gone through phases of very hot fully heated, hot planet. She's gone through phases of ice ages. She will always be fine. But it's important to respect the place we live in and that we call home. And that's why I say it's the little things that we do. Making sure that oh, there's that spider doing that thing again on my cap. It's the little things like making sure that we don't litter, that we try and conserve water where we can, you know, those types of things. And then if you can, you help in other bigger ways, because a lot of the time people can't afford to help in bigger ways, or they don't have the time because they've got families to take care of and financial strains and all of that. But we can always do those little things. We can always try to recycle. We can always try to create some initiative at work that helps with that kind of thing. And above all, we can always be kind. Always. It takes nothing to be kind. It's the cheapest good thing you can do. And it's the most valuable. And that includes being kind to the earth. Sometimes just appreciating it is enough, because by appreciating and learning, you will automatically become kind to the earth. In fact, just watching the show and learning about all the animals and getting to know them in a way that you wouldn't ordinarily, that's caring for the earth too, because it changes the way you think and your mindset. Anyway, I know that Steve has a lot to say about this topic too, so let me send you over to him and his lions.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we are following our lions in the darkness in the infrared, and to be honest, Elton, I had my earpiece out for a moment. It was giving me trouble, so I missed what topic it is that you mentioned to us a moment ago. All I heard was Trish said the most important thing is to be kind. As our lions move off towards the west, we shall slowly follow them in the darkness. Oh, yes, well, mankind, the keepers, if we just gave everything respect, the respect that we feel we deserve, because many of us feel we are owed so much. So what is it that we are owed, and why are we owed anything? But in all rights, everything is owed the same respect, the same love, and as Trish says, the same kindness. And if we can be custodians of love and compassion and kindness, what a wonderful world we'd live in. Sit around a boardroom table and discuss the benefits rather than fight about it over a war. Let's discuss the benefits to the environment that we could generate by changing certain practices and changing certain things. It is a very, very big topic that we could probably discuss at length. A topic that these lionesses are not at all concerned about. No, I don't think they're out on the hunt, but as is with all opportunistic cats, if something comes about, they will smash it down. But they definitely have eaten. When we found them this morning, their bellies were semi-full, and looking at them now, their bellies are relatively okay. But they're heading west. I think maybe they want to catch up with the rest of the pride. Don't know where the rest of the pride might be. You get opportunities like this when members of the pride, due to the fact that Djuma Pride is at 16 without the two big males that hang out with them. Let's carry on again. There's just no opportunity to feed. And so the lionesses will actually move off on their own and hunt on their own for a day, a couple of days, or even the same evening. The pride of 18 will be moving, make a kill. The two big males will steal all the food. The lionesses will move off. The young males in the pride will steal all the food. The lions will move off. And then eventually they find themselves with their own meal. Okay, so they're just here scratching the tree on the right-hand side.
a nice sort of cleaning way of scratching and cleaning the claws, and it's also a way of marking a form of territory. And they'll rub their pedal glands on their feet as well as the glands on their face on the tree, on a very familiar tree, to be truthful.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Here, I'm just gonna let Mother Nature do the talking. See what Mother Nature has to offer, and I'm just gonna keep quiet, take it in. Beautiful sounds. Wow. Cannot get over this. Cannot get over this. Look at that. Like I always say, once you've got the sand between your toes, you're always gonna wanna come back. Louise, you refer to it as a golden moment. I usually say these are magical moments. It never repeats itself, and it's always gorgeous. I mean, the dramatical colors from gold to pink to violet to the black. It's just... The silver lining on the clouds. Amazing. On that beautiful and amazing sunset, we'll be taking you over to Djuma. Enjoy what they have to offer.
How awesome is this? This is about the best sighting of a genet I've ever had. I'm not sure what it's doing. I wonder if you heard that. Impala just ran out of the bush. Something just flew into my mouth. I'm just watching on this side because something is happening here. That genet is very, very, very still. The Impala stopped moving. Okay. I love when this happens, when you stop for something cool and then things are happening around you. So here we have the genet, which I am ecstatic to see this evening. It seems to be sitting on something. Hi, Baltor. You say it's such an amazing sighting. It really is. This is the best sighting of a genet I've ever had. It's not running away. That is amazing. I'm just trying to figure out what it's doing. Why is... Something is happening. Something is happening around us. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I think FC, you need to cut away.
Right, watch your heads here, okay? Alright, welcome back everybody. So, as I said, we were looking for that other pride of the Birminghams. And we just had some of them walking through these thickets here. I'm trying to off-road through and see maybe we can find them. As you can see, this area is very, very thick. Let's see if we can squeeze right through in there. It also looks like it's that time of the day where they're gonna be busy hunting. But also earlier on I had a bit of contact call. So probably maybe from the rest of the other members. Just gonna turn off the car and let us listen for a little bit. Because sometimes as they move through these thickets, you can actually hear them walking through or brushing through the grasses. This area is a proper jungle. It's so thick. All right, I'm gonna try to reverse us back. Try to move around these thickets and see if maybe we can find a nice clearing where we'll follow them around. Try to go a little bit forwards. Wash it there. And while we're still trying to get out of this area, I'm gonna link you or send you to Tswalu rather for an update.
Ai, replan pil. Ai. Replan pil. Net content. Ja, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'd like to apologize. We just lost some of our locations, but the team is working hard to get you guys back up in no time. So we're still looking for these lions. I mean, they're somewhere in the thickets here. As you can see, this area is very, very clustered. Okay, there's a little opening there. Let's see if we can move around it. But it'll be quite exciting if they are actually hunting. And it's such a beautiful thing watching them hunt. But I mean, in thickets like this, I mean, they can easily just hide away. But then just earlier on, we had a little bit of calls from the other members of the Pride. So I think they might be trying to meet up with the rest. All right, I think let's look around here and see maybe we can see them. While we're still looking, I'll quickly send you to Trishala. I think she has an update for you guys.
Hello everyone, we're both fine, just so you know. So while we were looking at the genet, apart from our hearts are not fine. While we were looking at the genet very peacefully, and you had the impalas in the background, a ram was running around and ran straight into us. I don't know if you heard it hit the vehicle. It's just very odd. We thought it was chased by something, but it ran straight into us, and we got a huge shock, obviously. Unfortunately, it's either concussed or it's dead. So, very happy. Yeah. Nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. It's just very, very odd. Because even though the car lights were not on, my presenter light's on, so it can see us. And what was also odd is the genet seemed to know that something was going on, and they kept alarming, so I wonder if something chased them. But it did not stop. I've never had an impala do that, ever, 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 ever. Hit into the front of the car. We actually thought, because you know how these things happen, we thought that obviously it was going to divert, and then it didn't. But then when it hit, what usually happens is the animal's coming with such speed that it continues to, the momentum pushes it, and it kind of can jump over at the last, in which case I would both be concussed, or it would just roll, the body would actually like roll and hit us. So I'm thankful and thank you all for giving us your good wishes that we're fine, but why that happened or how that happened, obviously some craziness was going on. We were hearing it, right? We were looking at the genets. And then when I went back, check on the impala, not good. I hope it's just heavily concussed and then it will get up. but doesn't look like it. Janet is gone as well. It was a massive shock. That was a massive shock. I'm sorry, I sent you away with FC very directly because I was not sure what was about to happen, and I was not sure because what could happen is animal could have then started to kick and jumped onto the car and stuff like that. I really don't want you to see any of us getting injured, right? So there we go, surprises in the bush. Some of the things that we really don't expect. Did not expect that. That was unbelievable. Huh. But I've let everybody who needs to know where the Impala is in case there's something they want to do about it. But now, we've collected ourselves and we're going to go about our evening bumble. I'll send you over to Steve, who's also on a bumble right now.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we don't have anything running into our car. Lions went off into the bush, and they kind of were heading west towards this area, Impala Plains. So we've just pulled out onto the other side, and we're trying to see where they might come through. But so far, there is no sign of them, but they are moving very slowly. The wind is gently coming from this sort of direction, but I'd hate it to be a prey animal out in the darkness here where there's just very little to see. It's very, very dark. If we pan left and right with the IR, you'll notice it's a nice open expanse of an area where animals can come and experience some form of safety. Just some lights off in the far distance. So this area known as Impala Plains. As with quarantine, it's an area that's open and where many animals choose to sort of have their safety. But there's nothing going on here. So we're wondering what it is the lions picked up on. They vanished just like that, and well, we don't want to be crashing through and following them off-road, so we just thought we'd come around this side and see if maybe we can get them coming through that dense vegetation in front. Hoping they might pop out. If they don't, it's all good. I think the general direction is west. The wind seems to have suddenly shifted. Seth, that we do track. Obviously, we don't get off the vehicle to track at night. But I'm always looking on the road for tracks because generally nocturnal animals will be moving about now. So we've been out and about, and if you find, especially if you know where you've been, you find tracks on top of your vehicle tracks, then you can almost be certain how fresh they are. I found in Ghana, I found lions a few times in doing such a search. But obviously, if the animals go off-road, it's extremely hard to do anything about it, as they've done now. So now you just hope you get a general direction. But the wind seems to have shifted, so I'm going to go around onto the other section of Impala Plains and see if maybe the lions pop out there. We've given them enough time, I would feel, to have come out this side without any success. So let's move on. Just going to pop out on the other side. So lots of wildebeest and impala frequent these areas at night for a safety sort of burden, but there's nothing on this side today. For some reason, I'm not certain why. One impala in the distance. Okay, well, let's head around the corner. Hopefully we'll pop into some more lions, but you never know what a nighttime bumble can provide.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
So we're hoping for a happier sighting now, although it was really cool to see the genet. Really cool. I'm not sure what it was doing, but it seemed to be the silent observer of everything that was going on. And there was also a lot of commotion in that area. So I'm going to go back onto Viatella Access and just see if there's a leopard or something around there that may have caused those impalas to start alarming and then running around like crazy. When they run, you know, without any inhibition, they're just kind of going. It's usually wild dogs. So let's see, there were wild dogs in the north today. Maybe they could have come down, but we'll go and have a look. Hopefully I'll be able to end my last drive for the stint on a high and not on a shock or a shocker. So we'll see. It's really interesting. It's another question to ask ourselves, because obviously we know that we try our hardest not to influence the behavior of the animals, but obviously to some extent we do, because we're in sightings and, you know, we have vehicles around them and things like that. I wonder, could the animals become so used to the presence of the vehicle that they forget that it's something that can actually hurt them, even if scrub here, even if they run into it. There's a whole so many different layers of the way that we influence what's going on around us. It'd be unreasonable to think that we don't. But just added a layer that I've never expected before, ever. All right. Well, actually, I'm just going out with the manager to show him where it is. So I'll be back in a bit, and I'm going to send you over to Ngala.
It looks like the other member has just joined in now. And just a few seconds ago, this one female was fighting with the other one there. But I think it's because she doesn't want the rest of these females or the other members close to her cubs. And if you can listen carefully, you can still hear she's still growling a little bit. And the one that you see there, right in front there, is the white lion female. Hey, look at that. You can see there's those two cubs just behind that female there who was fighting with them. So she really doesn't want any of them closer. But then also those other members of the pride that just joined in, they haven't been in this pride for a long time. So I'm just wondering if maybe this is the start of change in dynamics. Maybe these guys that just joined in now, they might maybe probably start to broke off, because this is actually for the second time now that when these guys actually join, she always chases them off and she doesn't want them anywhere near her or her cubs. Olivia, I'm glad that you can join us. Yes, she is. She is very unhappy with the rest of the Pride members. But I mean, I think that's what, most mothers will do, being protective of the young ones. Because those cubs are still very, very small. And so you find that sometimes with the bigger cubs or the bigger members of the pride, they can be quite rough with the little ones when they play with them. So I think she's just trying to be a little bit more protective. I think it's all up to that female You know, I think they... Oh, look at that. Look at that. You see, she's really, really angry. So yeah, sorry, one viewer asked, how long up until the cubs get comfortable with the rest of the pride? I mean, I think the little ones are, you know, are comfortable, but mom, you know, doesn't want them to be really, really close to them as yet because they're still very young. And for example, just like even yesterday when they made their Wildebeest kill, I don't know if you've seen when lions are on a kill, so when they're on a kill, even though altogether they will help to hunt and take it down, whatever prey they're hunting. But yesterday, once they started eating that wildebeest, you know, there was a huge fight. So it's almost like everybody for himself or herself as soon as there's food around. And sometimes those cubs get hurt. So usually, you know, she'll mostly introduce them when they're like maybe around 3 to 4 months old to the rest of the pride, because it's actually dangerous for them, especially in the where if there's a kill. But I think for now, while we wait and see what will unfold next, I will send you to Steve. I think he has lions.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, we found them. They had indeed cut through a little bit on the western side and is right here on the right of me, Johan, in the road. Sorry to change your point of focus there, but hello. I just heard it flop down. That is my car. And this is how much these lions care about us. They are both sides of the vehicle right now. So apologies for my head. They must have chased something to have gotten to where they are. The three of them were just, they're behind us now. The three of them were just trying to read. Trying to relocate on each other. And they've just found each other. So that often what happens after a chase, we won't see them. Nothing that we can see from this angle. I'm going to have to reposition my car. Sorry about the starting of the car now. She is a bit close. I'm actually going to just stay where we are. Sorry about that. We're probably going to be joined another vehicle shortly. Sounds like it anyway. Sorry about the angle. She's a bit too close for me to start my car, everybody, so I'm just going to wait. This is live. She's going to move. Once she's moved, then we can move. Yes, that is the back of Johan. Well done. Thank you. Okay, well. And that is the back of me. Beautiful. And it's dark. Let's just light things up. Maybe a bit much. Okay, are we behind us? Let's go. We'll loop this way, shall we? Okay, so they like these open areas, as I said. So where the Impala and Wildebeest are hanging out. And we've lost them again. It's so quick how quickly they can come and go. Now, I think they're going to walk along the road here. Because once they've, there we go, once they've missed whatever it is they're going for, they end up back on the road. And they are heading west, so I reckon we're only going to be with them for a few more minutes. But andBeyond Ngala has got plenty of time to spend with this.
So it looks like this female, she's now settled down. I think she's quite happy with the distance with the rest of the pride. But every now and then you'll hear a bit of, of growls when you try to get a little bit closer. And earlier on, I just saw one of the Sabi male, the white male of the Pride. He's like 2.5 years old now, so he's in that stage where he has to leave the Pride. So maybe also this female, she's doing that because, she just wants them to start leaving this Pride. So I believe one viewer is asking, does lion's sense of smell better than a domestic cat? Well, that is a good question. But also thinking that the fact that they're all cats, I would believe that they, both might have a very good or excellent sense of smell. But I don't want to lie to you. I don't know exactly which one has the better smell, but I'm happy to go find out for you. Can you hear in the background? There's some lions roaring. Well, I think I'm gonna quickly send you to Tswalu.
It's starting to move into the bushes there, probably just wanting to hunt. Beautiful. And off it disappears. Cytotoxic venom. Looking for little rodents there. Winter is coming soon. They'll start hibernating. One of the most prominent snakes that we get here, that was a path adder. The two other species that are prominent here at Tswalu is your Cape Cobra and your boomslang that we see often. An ambush snake. It'll wait silent then, go for its prey, mostly being rodents. So that's why I'm thinking it was sunning itself next to this road before this sun went down. Camouflage is quite good. I'm not gonna climb off and try follow it, so I'm gonna let it continue with its journey. But quite a beautiful specimen. Let's see what else we can find. It was very beautiful. I'll let you go back to Steve with those beautiful lions. Enjoy.
Thanks, Sabi. Well, lions are heading into the thickets. Not very easy to follow, so we might just let them be. Third lioness has disappeared. But there were some impala on the other side of this thicket a moment ago that were shouting at the lions. Just moving through there. Very tricky area to move through. Charles, you want to know what's the best time of the day to spot a big cat? Well, night time is a nice time to get them moving, but from a photography point of view, definitely daytime. So I've got one just moving off to the left over there, second one. Just keep out of the thickets here. Maybe get them coming through the open, just on the left-hand side. Muff up a bit. Mrs. Class, you want to know which animals are both predator and prey? Well, all predators have got cubs, and all cubs are prone to predation. Cheetah, though, also preyed upon, as is a wild dog, by larger predators. And through the thickets they go. We might try to get another view, but I think that's going to be the end of that.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far. For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Well, welcome back, everyone. The lioness has decided to come out of the thickets. Thankfully, we've got one on the left and one on the right. Not sure where the third one got to. It looks like after a little bit of movement, it's time for a spot of grooming.
Djuma, will come in?
Bearing in mind, everybody, these animals can see in this darkness. We are using the infrared at the moment to be able to see them. They're able to hunt in this very, very dark light. Creatures of the night. So a question before about when's a good time to see a cat. Well, they're definitely most active at night, but not quite that active yet. But I think the early mornings are the best. You can catch lions and leopards also in the sort of late afternoon at the sunset. That can be quite lovely to see. But early morning sunrise with the pride of lions. Winters are the best for that because it's not too hot. They can actually go a little bit later in the day, which is quite nice.
driving home, you'll see I'm shining a bit of light side to side, scanning the area. What we initially looking for here is shape, silhouette, some light reflection from eyes, things to look out for, things that are nocturnal now. Nocturnal life is now activated. Things like your owls, your bed-eared foxes would be coming out. In the trees, when I shine on the trees like what I'm shining now on the trees, you're looking for things like your chameleons that would bounce off the light. It's almost very interesting to see how it almost gives like a white reflection. And this is the easiest time to find those chameleons shining light like this. So those are kind of things I'll be looking for as we drive around and I'm shining the light like that. Haven't seen foxes in a while actually, now that I mentioned foxes. So it would be interesting if we could find them. There's a bit of wind though tonight. There's an eland. I'm just gonna show it to you and then put off the light because it is a diurnal species. Just to show you what we're looking for. That's the shape. Some eland right over there. Right over there. There we go. And I'm just gonna switch off from there just to show you. We don't want to put too much light on them. Being a diurnal species, the light could easily affect their eyesight. So we try to be sensitive on that note. So yeah, all I saw there was shape, movement, and then you focus on it just to ID and let it go. So as we continue with the night, I'll take you back to Stivovo. Stivovo, enjoy.
So peaceful with the lions. All three are back together, trying to give them lots of space as they keep listening. Very sensitive sounds and smells. They are generally heading west though. Anticipate them in the next few minutes to be out to the west if they keep on this route. Let's catch up with them again. They do have the habit of giving us the slip. So I just use my light every now and again to get a bearing, and then I try to catch up with them and then switch them off and just listen as they are doing. Mariana, it's wonderful to see lions. I'm super happy to be with these three lionesses today. It's wonderful to track lions again. I haven't had lions on the property for some time. It's just a serious sense of achievement when you find their tracks and you go and search for them. And you can see why we check the roads, the amount of times they come back to the road. So, for example, they'd go through the block hunting, and that's when it becomes tricky. We come and drive around the block, pick up tracks again. But their general direction, due to wind direction, is still the same way. They want to head west. Something's driving them west. What do you smell? What do you see in the darkness? nothing worth chasing. Okay, well, let's catch up with them. We'll probably manage to get another segment or two, or discussion, as they move off in a westerly direction, directly over towards Arathusa and Simbambili boundary. They might not cross, but I have a very strong feeling that they will. And just like that, we're going to sidle up behind these lions and watch this one slowly carry on towards the west. Two sisters are moving in front. They're definitely going to catch something else this evening, but everything is hiding in the darkness. It's very hard for us to see animals, but lions have got those very keen senses of detecting their prey and of finding each other again. So probably we'll find the rest of the pride. But as our lioness moves off into the darkness, we do thank you all for joining us on this sunset safari. We will see you again tomorrow morning, same time, same place, from all of our wonderful locations. Have the most amazing evening further, or morning, or afternoon, whatever it might be. Until tomorrow morning, have a blessed evening further. Good night and goodbye.